Hello. Hello. I'm back. I'm here. I'm queer. Get used to it. Alien, what the fuck? Hi. Being first. Actually, first. Hello. Sorry. I was scrolling and I didn't realize I was on YouTube City still. Solaris, meow. Mwah. Back to you first. Hello. Hi, Ruby. Latina, hi. Yes, that's me. And hi, Fudge. I don't know why you're screaming, but you're screaming. Hi. Thank you for the flower. How's it going, guys? I was gonna say Thursday. Oh my god, it's Tuesday. I'm so used to my second stream being on Thursday that I'm like, have you been Latin since you Latina? What? I'm confused. What does that mean? Like, actually, what does that mean? Been watching Mountain Latin stream Puerto Rico. Oh yeah, I've been watching that stream. It's pretty fun. I've never been to Puerto Rico, so it's cool just seeing all those like those little things that they have over there. But I don't know what you mean by have you been Latin. I mean, I've been Latin my whole life, I guess. A lot of people call me white though, because I don't really have a lot of color to me. Missed some of it. The stream is fun. I haven't seen all of it, mostly because it starts like right as I'm waking up. But yeah, no, I've been watching those streams. I've been watching like a lot of those kind of streams and videos. It's just I've been liking people just like doing things like in relative silence, right? Like I don't mean like pure silence. I just mean like without like a giant group of people like screaming and stuff. So I've just been kind of liking it. But how have you guys been? How you guys doing? Have you guys said happy birthday to Sonic yet? It's Sonic's birthday today. Have you guys said happy birthday to Sonic? Because I did. I'm gonna play Sonic today just to prove that I'm saying happy birthday to him. How am I? I'm doing a-okay. I'm kind of tired. I did a lot of I guess late spring cleaning. Maurice Ogilvy Hedgehog, yes. Managed to sleep through. That's good. Also, hi Alien, long time no see. Hi. What you think? I forgot his fucking name is Ogilvy. Jesus fuck. I don't know. I'm not gonna like that's I'm erasing that from the universe. It's not true. Well, yeah, I did some late spring cleaning. My desk is kind of still a mess because nothing really on my desk is trash. I just removed the stuff that was trash. Because like a lot of the stuff that's on my desk is like, I have like bills that I just keep just in case I need them for like bookkeeping purposes. I have like some pins that I use every now and then. I have like my wallet on my desk. I have my my badge that I use for work that I keep to make sure I don't fucking lose it. It's like front and center. And the rest of it's just like figures and stuff that's on my desk. Like nothing really like it looked like a messy desk, but a lot of it is just like things I can't really move. I don't have too much room. I'm not gonna lie. I have a lot of figures, a lot of plushies. I have no room. My room is tiny. It's like 10 by 10 roughly. I'm gonna assume somewhere around there. I just don't have room for this stuff. I should buy some like shelves. Yeah, I should buy some like shelves to like attach to the walls. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that. Or like get called the plushie hammock. That way I can have more room for my figures and stuff my plushies on just the hammock in the corner of the room, like right over my bed. So yeah, that could be fun. I also downloaded the Sonic Adventure mod manager that I was missing because I don't know why my data got fucked and just everything disappeared. Because I'm pretty sure I was playing on this through my computer change a little over a year ago. So I don't know. Whatever though. It be what it be. My data is still technically safe because it's still on my other hard drive. I don't want to be bothered to like try to move it. It's a pain in the ass. I'll just make new child data specifically because save data. That's why I'm playing the game. I'm gonna get all 100 emblems again. Yeah, I went out to the store, just did some shopping because I had no groceries. yeah, that's about it. And for those of you who want to know, tomorrow is my birthday, so yeah, I guess if it's the 24th for you, you could technically wish me a happy birthday. But I'm not gonna say that until I go to sleep. I'm the kind of person that my day does not like change dates until I go to sleep and wake up. So like if I was working overnight and like I got off at 6 a.m., my day does not swap until I wake up the next, you know, that afternoon. That's just me though. Oh yeah, speaking of, I realized I didn't actually show you guys something last stream that I had made for stream. Not specifically for this debut, but I haven't shown it off yet, so I don't know, do you guys want to see it? Sorry, I like Real Canyon. I'm glad it was in Shadow Generations. That's a yes? Okay. It's nothing crazy. It's literally just an alert that is probably never gonna get shown. But if it does, it's cute. It is, where is it? Right here, take a look. Look at it! I don't know why it's lagging, but it's lagging every now and then. Oh, did I screw this up? I think I know why. Been Mary J, hi. Also, thanks for the follow. And Tessrick, why is this lagging? It shouldn't be lagging, by the way. It should be like a really good loop. Anyway. Hi, welcome in. Enjoy the sub that you got yesterday. But how you doing? Honestly, guys, I kind of want to get to playing. I'm legitimately like, I just want to play more Sonic. So I don't want to yap too much. Let me do that actually. Let's just get the gaming. Fuck it. Let's go my butt over here. Let me bring the game on because it's not actually on right now. Baba gamepad. Display 1. We still have my live split timer on. You guys don't see it because I actually worked on a color key to make sure that it actually looks good. And you guys only see the actual stuff on screen. Bam. So, I got my mod going. What does the mod do? Anything I wanted it to do. What am I having it do? Only mess with Chow stuff. Sorry, I gotta make myself a tiny bit bigger. Cause I want my model on screen. This is a debut. Like fuck y'all. Alrighty. So you guys see the timer on the screen. I'm honestly seeing how fast it takes to 100% this game for me. But for today, we're gonna do Dark Story. And start the timer.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Security breach at gate 3.
Did you guys see England didn't win today in the World Cup? Fuck them. I don't know. I just think it's funny when like a big country doesn't win against a smaller country.
This is not a drill.
That was all too easy. Let's take a look at what my grandfather was working on. A top secret military weapon. The military shut down the research because they feared it.
Intruder alert.
Bring it. Hi, Dano. I forgot how loud this game is, specifically in the Eggman levels, and I should lower the volume because Eggman levels specifically are stupid fucking loud. Ow. Oh, I realized I never put the chin scratches back on. I'll do that later. I apologize. You can't give me scratches or boot me for one day because I just got added on. what the fuck? Stretch fine. Jesus, you're doing everything. Are you going to bed, Tano? Is that why you're doing everything? You'll still do it all. That's fine. Just, I don't know. Don't waste all your channel points. I love Inside Riot. Who doesn't? Honestly, who doesn't? If you don't tell me. I don't want to know. How are you doing though, Tano? How's your day? That's right, I need to get these guys their medals too. Not medals, their chow keys. I actually don't remember where any of the boxes are for Eggman. I think one of them's literally at the end of the stage and you have to jump over the goal ring to get it, I think. Also guys, tell me how the volume is. This game is very loud in my ear right now, but I think it should be okay for you guys. Extremely tired, another 10-hour day. Oh god, I'm sorry. Didn't take the pain pill before. Oh, please take care of yourself. Like, the game might sound loud right now. That's literally just because Eggman level, like, mech missions have the worst audio balancing in any of the Sonic Adventure 2 ports of it, you know, outside of like the original original release on the GameCube. Gonna put in your 2 weeks next week. I hope you have something lined up. I'll get the thing on another stage. Can't do anything outside of work. That's fine. That's actually really fair. Easy job, but the hours are killing me. I could see that. Like, I deal with 10-hour days. By the way, there's the chow box that's behind the goal ring that I told you about. But I have essentially like a desk job, right? Like I have for the most part a sitting job. So like I can deal with that kind of a job for 10 hours. If I was doing like manual labor for 10 hours or anything that's like got you up and moving, it's too much. Codename Maria. By the way, I'm gonna skip cutscenes that we've already seen. It'll mostly be like Knuckles and Rouge in the beginning at the end, Sonic and Shadow at the end, when Sonic gets blown the fuck up. Is that really it? That might be all of it. I think that's actually the only like cutscenes that are actually shared between the two stories. Everything else has some subtle differences. Tire technician stuff is, yeah, I could see that. Tires are heavy too. Oh, fucking love it. I love Eggman's voice in this game. It's really sad they didn't keep really any of these voices in future games, like for long. They might have done it like 1, maybe 2 other games.
Are you trying to spoil my plans again? Wait a minute. You're not
But
Sonic.
yeah, it's not a lot.
This is impossible.
This is impossible.
My name is Shadow. Since you were so kind to release me, my master.
I like how he just says my master and never listens to him again.
Now what?
Behold the true power I
Also,
possess.
why can he fly here and we can't fly in game with him until he gets super?
This is Scorpion Troops.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot.
Been detected. En route to intercept
It's basically the exact same boss that Sonic deals with. Damn it. No, he hit me.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. Enemy movement has been
I had no rings, that's fair, but I thought my attack would what's the word? Take priority over his attack. Oh my god, I'm fucking up my timings. There we go. He is too strong. Fuck you. You know, I wish there was a way to turn off the flame ring, because I love the somersault animation, but you just don't see it a lot because once you get the flame ring, it's always the flame somersault.
Top secret weapon. What do you mean when you said you will grant me a wish?
Bring more Chaos Emeralds.
Shadow, wait!
I like how all these said.
In the central control room on the Space Colony Ark.
Ark, the video game. Shadow's so fucking cool. You know, the Dark Story, I don't know the cutscenes as well. I'm gonna skip this though, because it's the exact same one we've seen. The pool in front of the wall, which is over up there. I was like, I know it's in here. I just forgot where it was specifically. Two huge pillars. I mean, I know where two huge pillars are for me. They're right on the screen right now. Is it over here? Yeah. Sorry, two huge mounds, what I should say, not pillars. I need to get her key too. Plants in the shade. I think that's back over there, right? Yeah, just double check. I like how I turned the camera the right way and I wasn't even meaning to. I got it. Bah.
How is that? Perfect? Like me?
Yes. She is very much perfect. If you guys don't agree, classic Rouge de Bat is perfect. I don't know what's wrong with you. Anyway, Chow Ward Extended. Not much changed. Did I get a new Chow? No, I didn't. I just tested it. So yeah, so we got like some extra stuff here, extra toys that they can play with. And the rest of the changes for the most part are just like the Chow drives don't go away, so you can train a little easier, and they do like I think like 3 times potency.
Those idiots will never find my hidden base inside this pyramid.
Oh, I like that crackling noise. Like they don't need to have it. Missed. I fucking missed. Eggman, you can't jump for shit, man. I'll be honest, I don't really like a lot of Eggman's stage music, but I think they're okay. I think they're just okay. I'm also really upset that Dark Story has 2 less stages than Hero Story for some reason, even though the characters have the exact same motivations, like just counterpointed. It's like, why does Dark Story have to have 2 less stages? And I think it has 2 less Shadow stages even, right? Or maybe just 1. I think it's just 1 less Shadow, 1 less Rouge, maybe? Either way, pisses me off. Like, why do we get like 6 Eggman stages? I don't like the speed issues. Power up. Oh, I didn't need to click get up there. I thought I did. Eggman, chill. Boy. Ugh. I could probably make that jump, but I don't want to miss it. Whee! I honestly don't know if I get an A here. Ow! Hi, Walker. Hi, welcome in. I'm legitimately not sure if I get an A here. Like, how slow this is without the booster makes this kind of scary if I get an A or not. I think I do, but I'm not 100%. Oh yeah, we're good.
Now you know why I am.
Oh yeah, we're chilling. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, as like Luigi would say. Also, I love how Eggman is just able to walk freely in this game. Look how fucking tall he is. Oh, fat man, run, get out of here. Okay, new cutscene time.
With the Chaos Emerald in the Space Colony Ark.
Oh, we got genuine peak of a stage coming up. As in the first Shadow stage. Kind of crazy. You get the first Sonic stage. You get 2 Sonic stages in the same amount of time you get 1 Shadow stage.
There has been a break-in at the Federal Reserve Bank today. Mysteriously, the only thing that was stolen was the Chaos Emerald.
Hey, no spoilers.
According to eyewitnesses at the scene, the suspect was identified as the world-renowned hero Sonic the Hedgehog. The suspect was seen.
It's really funny thinking about this game where it's like, oh, there's only 1 autonomous hedgehog in this game, so it has to be Sonic. Never mind that he's like black with red stripes. Sonic is blue, but oh, he's a hedgehog. Has to be Sonic. Hey, it's that cutscene from the movie. It's really not though. Maria. He was so scared. So much flashbacks.
What?
It's kind of interesting that they retcon this in the movie.
Shadow,
If you haven't seen it, by the way, they retcon this in the movie.
please do it for me. For all the people on that planet.
I think they retcon this 2 different times.
Shadow, the hedgehog.
They have it here, they retcon it in Shadow the Hedgehog, and then they retcon it again in the movie.
For the people of this planet, I promise you, revenge.
Revengeda. No, such a badass opening, just straight up. I forgot, I'm trying to light dash because I'm used to light dashing on this stage. Oh yeah, I need to get 1 child box for him too. And again, I forget where all the child boxes are in most stages. No. Go, 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 go. No. Go, Shadow, go. It's Big the Cat. Do you guys see Big the Cat? I don't want to jump on that. You guys wondering why? It's because I don't want to wait on that shock beetle. No, 1,000 points for free, baby. And that's how you get the A rank on this stage. Legitimately, if you get that 1,000 points plus, you know, what you usually get from like jumps and stuff, you're basically guaranteed the A rank on this stage. Keyword basically, because I might still fail it, I'm not gonna lie. I think Radical Highway is one of the few stages that I'm not like really perfect at in terms of getting an A rank. Specifically the 4th missions will fucks me up, because the timer is like 2:45 or something, and if you notice my timer right now, I'm getting really close to 2:45.
Here we go.
I think it's 2:45. It might be 3 minutes. I think it's 2:45 though.
Ultimate victory.
Okay. Now Shadow has his path to teach the kids all about gun safety, right? One thing I always do as a kid is just run like this in the Chow Garden. Because I don't know, especially with Shadow, I liked watching his shoes. Oh yeah, we got this cutscene. Does it change at all because it's Shadow's perspective? I don't think it does.
It all starts with this. A jewel.
Chaos Emerald.
Now I know what's going on. The military has mistaken me for the likes of you. So, where do you think you're going with
You know what's
that
crazy?
emerald?
Chronologically, right?
You fake hedgehog.
This is directly after City Escape.
Chaos.
We're already in 4 stages into Dark Story. Oh no, it's the same cutscene.
Wow, he's fast. Hey, it's not his speed. He must be using the Chaos Emerald to warp.
I like how this is so poorly timed because of how audio works back in the day, that he's not even finished. He's not even finished saying he must be using the Chaos Emerald to warp. And Shadow's already finished saying my name is Shadow. I fucking hate this stage. Oh my god.
Proceed to enter it now. I hate to say it.
I hate this stage. I hate this stage. If you guys don't hate this stage, you haven't played this game.
Key first.
I need to get the pick nails before I do anything, so forgive me if I just ignore the entire point of the stage. I forget where the pick nails are, so I'm just gonna run around for a bit. Oh, there's a little thing in it. Oh, the pick nails are here, I believe, in the blue section. I always forget. I know they're in a room. I just forget which room.
It's gotta be close.
Are they just in here? It's just here. That's funny. I'm still gonna restart though, because I lost a lot of time. A Quiet Place. Hey, is that a movie? I think it's the exact same key, by the way. Oh, it's down here. Yeah. The reason why it's called a quiet place, by the way, sound doesn't travel that well in water. A dark room, which is where? I don't fucking know. Ah, you bitch. I see a key. It's kind of funny how I picked out that key like nobody's business just because I knew it was. A quiet room. Oh, it's here.
I got it.
That's not a quiet room though, or sorry, dark room. The other one was a quiet room. Never mind.
How is that? Perfect? Like me? It's a space transporter. The destination has been set to Ark. Wasn't that space colony shut down over 50 years ago? What's he doing up there anyway? Doesn't matter. It's my mission to find out what he's up to.
I like how it was just a fucking teleporter there. Nobody's questioning it. Also, time for the third Eggman stage. 3 Eggman stages out of 6 in Dark Story. It's fucking crazy, man. This truly is Eggman's story. Oh yeah, I also like the gimmick in this stage where the rooms are dark until you start killing them. Killing robots. I think that's a pretty neat gimmick. I think it's this one? Yeah. I think it's the opposite. Or maybe even none of them in hard mode. Yo, the jet engine. It definitely makes that noise. Careful. You bitch. Oh yeah, that's a big combo. And the gold beetle. Ow! Oh yeah, if you guys pay attention to this stage in this section, you'll see Big the Cat at some point. At least I believe, if I recall. It might be just hard mode only, actually. Oh, there he is. Froggy! You look at the cat. He's even fishing. He's looking for Froggy. Hi, Rage. I just realized it's you. Hi, how you doing? Welcome in. I'll try to point out as many Big the Cats as I know, but I do not know every stage that has Big the Cat. Just most of them. Dude, I'm doing pretty good. I'm feeling pretty, what's the word? Proud of myself, I guess, because I finally, after like a month, decided to actually not sit down, but stand up and do some spring cleaning.
Now you know why I am the best.
I've been waiting for you, Doctor. Now, I will show the glorious achievement of what the world's leading scientist, Professor Gerald, has created. The Ark was the first space colony created by mankind. Not many people know that the Ark contained a top secret research facility where weapons of mass destruction were being created.
Weapons of mass destruction? There's two on screen right now.
A weapon capable of destroying an entire planet, codenamed
The Eclipse Cannon. It's such a fucking cool name. Like, actually a cool name. Eclipse Cannon. Come on now.
Was this my grandfather's legacy?
But it's been
I need to do some of that as well, but don't know what to get rid of. I got rid of nothing. The only thing I got rid of legitimately was a box of old Cat 5 cables that I had, because back when I was living with my brother, I ran like a 70-80 foot cable from the attic of the house to my room on the first floor. So I ended up creating my own cable because I needed I don't think your weapons can store an entire planet. You haven't seen me try.
Ultimate power of destruction to use as you please. And then
So like I bought a box, a spool of like 500 foot of cable just to make my own. And I think I still have like 200, 300 feet left over, and I'm like, I don't really use this. Plus, I think most cables are like Cat 6 now, I think. So like, it's just old.
Use the machine to dominate the world and build a
Do
legacy
you
of
really
my own.
think it will be that easy?
Hi there. I like how she's just hanging because she's a bat.
I've got a great idea.
I dare you. I invoke the double talk even. Okay, I'll try.
Deal?
When you grabbed that huge emerald, you said something about a reaction. A reaction that it may have with the Master Emerald. Now, if you could just let me borrow that radar, I may be able to help you. What do you think?
I do. What's in it for me?
I have an idea where the other Chaos Emeralds may be. It may not look like it, but do you know that I am a treasure hunter that specializes in all kinds of jewels?
Oh ho, she has another Chaos Emerald.
Very well.
Okay then, it's a deal. I don't think we've been introduced. I'm Rouge the Bat, but you can call me Rouge.
Next is another Egg Band stage, by the way, back to back.
Idea of a vacation. How can
It's
you be
back to
sure
back, then we have
correct?
the
Why
best
Chaos Emeralds appear on the island?
Rouge stage, Security Hall, and then we have White Jungle,
Well, believe what you want to believe.
I believe, right? Yeah, it should be White Jungle.
Very well. Let's discuss how we are going to do this.
Wait, no, I think it's White Jungle first.
Distract the military troops, allowing you to sneak in the base without being detected.
Wookie, hi! Her full name is Rouge the Bat, not just Rouge, it's true. Just like his real name is Sonic the Hedgehog, and his full name is Miles Tails Prower and Shadow the Hedgehog. Except for Amy, she's not Amy the Hedgehog, she's Amy Rose. Just Amy Rose. Knuckles the Echidna, Cream the Rabbit, Big the Cat.
Isn't it, Duck Girl? We only have 30 minutes to pull this mission
Vector
off.
the Crocodile, Charming the Bee.
Try, so don't fail me.
Listen, her full name is not Rouge the Bat, it's Rouge the Tits, thank you very much. But anyway, Wookie, how you doing? I think I broke up too many of those. Oh, I should do, yeah, perfects, not... Look, it's Big the Cat again. Did you guys see him up there for a second? Don't fall. Miles are the only ones with real names, pretty much, right? I guess Sally as well, right? From the Archie comics, because she's Sally Acorn. She's not Sally the Squirrel. I think it's Sally Acorn, right? Right? Her name's Sally Acorn? I'm not thinking of like a Sandy Cheek situation and misnaming her, am I? Yeah, it's Acorn, right? Like I was like, I feel like I know a lot of Sonic lore, but there's also some chances that I forget stuff or like misremember things. But yeah, like, but Sally's, I guess she's technically not canon if you want to think of it that way. Not video game canon anyway. Oopsie. No, that's only a 15. There's a Phoenix up there too, just a raw Phoenix. It's kind of crazy. They don't really give you very many raw Phoenixes in stages. However, they gave you 2 of them in Dark Story stages. But yeah, also, did you guys know that Tails' name is a, what's the word? I guess portmanteau? Would that be the word? Kind of a pun on miles per hour. Is it? It's not White Jungle next, right? Yeah, it's obviously it's the Tails fight. I don't know that.
Oh, Sonic! I thought I'd never see you again. I'm so glad you made it. You're not Sonic.
I like how it took Amy literally hugging Shadow to realize, wait, this isn't Sonic. What the fuck? Can't you tell the difference between blue and black? No, apparently nobody in this universe can tell the difference between blue and black. He's the first guy that actually just like runs away. That's how your theme for some Adventure 1. She does not have her own theme, that's why. It is security. Hello, next. You know, as a kid, I always heard 15 minutes, and then she says 5 minutes should be plenty, and I'm like, is that an issue?
5 minutes should be fine.
Like that.
Here I go.
But I'm like, huh? Why? But then I'm thinking, actually, it makes sense. A lot of sense. Because you would, you know, give yourself time to actually leave. Hiding up there, is it just like way up here? Wait, did it turn yellow? It did. Oh, there it is. It's not at the very top. On a big box means it's probably up above, is my assumption. Based on the yellow means it should be up here, right? This one, it's gonna be, usually it's in a safe. They usually mix things up. Up one? Yeah. I don't have yellow turned on though, I have to go activate it. Oh, it's not yellow? Is it blue? Oh shit. Blue is active, which is good.
It's gotta be close. I can't.
Cool.
I got it.
But yeah, like one thing about these stages is usually they have follow the same theme
How is that?
or that same pattern.
Perfect.
So like
me?
the stages, there's one outside in the open, there's one usually in the second floor where the blocks are at, and then there's one usually in a safe, usually, not always.
I can't believe I've come this far just to fail.
This is Flying Dog headquarters.
Who's this flying dog?
Entering security. Preparing to attack.
I like how Rouge just has her own boss and it's literally a fucking flying thing. Oh. Get away. Also, it's incredibly easy to do this fight because you just fly at them and they fly at you. I like how he actually says, close the security hole. It gives you the reason why she's actually locked out.
Not bad, huh? I'm pretty strong, all right.
Also,
Miss Rouge, I've got
there's gonna be a scene here where it's like, how does Shadow know this?
believe that I'm trapped inside this locked safe with a Chaos Emerald. I guess I won't be able to call myself a treasure hunter anymore.
Think about this. How does he know how she's blinking? Legitimately, how does he know how she's blinking? Anyway, why jungle? Because the power of chaos, I'd actually believe it. Like drugs, probably not. I don't think Shadow does it, I'm not gonna lie. I think Sonic would do more drugs than Shadow would, like legitimately. Also, I love this song just because it has lyrics. Like, just think about it, right? Shadow's the kind of person, he's just all about the mission, right? Sonic's like, I'll do anything once. Oh yeah, usually I use the flame ring on this stage to get an A rank. Like, I feel like Sonic would absolutely be like, Tails, how does this rug work? And then Tails would be like, oh, it does this to you. And he's like, that sounds pretty cool. I can't. I'm fucked. Like, I'm literally just losing time because he got like caught somewhere. Movie doesn't sound like he drugs. Does he use drugs in the movie? I don't think he does. You see Shadow being an addict. Well, if you're using the movie as Lord, they don't, like, he just undergoes like essentially cryo freezing. I don't know if I'm getting A on this stage, I'm not gonna lie, just because there's been so many parts where I'm just losing random ass time. But also, Sonic doesn't use drugs. If anything, it's Eggman, right? Because he's addicted to the quill. Also, Big the Cap. Uh-oh. Shadow, please, please. Using the movie's lore, you said the rest would agree with you. I mean, but you also said in the movie doesn't Sonic, so I'm just like, if you're gonna use movie lore, it's this. You're the one that said in the movie don't they do this? I'm like, I hit you with the movie facts, and you're like, I don't know about that. I'm like, I don't know. You use it first. Anyway, I'm just saying, I could see Sonic being like, fuck yeah, I'll do it. I'll do anything once. That's just the kind of person he is.
Hey, that's
That blue hedgehog again, of all places.
And then maybe he does become an addict, and that's why he goes, that's no good.
I think you're the fake hedgehog around here. You're comparing yourself to me? Ha! You're not even good enough to be my...
It's the second time of 5 we're seeing this cutscene, by the way.
You can't get away this time. There's only one real
Wait, no. 7, I think.
Bring it on. That hurt.
Die.
No time to hang out.
Right, is it 7? It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it is 7 times we see this cutscene. I'm not even kidding you.
Shadow, what are you doing?
I like how this one has different angles.
The island blows up with you on it.
Blows up.
Blows up. Also, how does he make it there in like 30 seconds? And then suddenly lose a minute to just walking up to her.
Control.
It's so weird to me. Like, he makes it into the security hall in 30 seconds, but somehow spends the next 45 just like staring at her. Oh.
What do you think it's like on Earth?
The professor said his life's work was dedicated to all of those who live down there. He once told that the reason for his existence was making people happy through the power of science.
The power of science.
Maria.
Maria.
I just don't know anything anymore. I often wonder why I was created, what my purpose is for being here. Maybe if I go down there, I will find the answers. Maybe.
Also, I don't know why this particular cutscene's really quiet. I guess technically it's a flashback.
Maria.
Why so melancholy?
Did he not drink in? Did he drink in this? It's been a while since I've seen the first Sonic.
That is so unexpected. So unlike you, Shadow, to come and rescue me.
Does he drink? I don't think he
But
drinks.
your ability to use the chaos control certainly comes in handy.
I think they treat him like a child and give him like soda or
To
something.
save you. I came back for the Chaos Emeralds.
Yeah, but then again, that's not the whole story, is it?
Everything is ready to go.
Are you sure? We only have 6 of the 7 Chaos Emeralds, you know?
6 out of 7. He said, she said the thing.
So let's get the show on the road.
And the cutscene. I'm here to make an announcement. Skip it.
Why are you so upset?
Just saw the 5. You've never seen the movie? You should probably watch the movies. They're pretty good.
Managed to create complete havoc on the whole planet. Does this now mean
For
we
a
control the
massive
planet we
IP
do?
tie-in video game movie,
At this
it's
rate,
pretty good.
the cannon will take too much time to charge up. If you want to unleash its full potential, you'll need all 7 Chaos Emeralds.
Like, out of all the video game movies that have been out since the inception of the Sonic the Hedgehog cinematic universe, I think Sonic the Hedgehog's the best trilogy out of all of them.
Throwing a tantrum like a little kid. How totally embarrassing.
Don't forget your end of the bargain, Batgirl.
Batgirl. Oh, I think it's Route 280 time, actually.
Deal, right? So where is my emerald?
Here you go. I found this.
Why didn't you show me this before? Station Square saved from a life-threatening missile attack.
Happy 3 hours of Sonic, by the way.
Famed prize to the boy.
It is still his birthday today.
Station Square. Miles Tails Brower was given the Chaos Emerald as a testimony of his heroic deed at a ceremony held at City Hall.
think it's Route 280, then it's Skyrail, and then it's
Did you get that?
Mad Space, I think. I think it's Mad Space, Cosmic Wall, Final Chase, I think is the actual order.
This is Rouge reporting. Currently, I have not been able to confirm if Shadow is the ultimate life form or not. I will continue my
Why is she
research
doing
on
this just
Project
outside of
Shadow
earshot of
and
them?
have a
Of them?
follow-up report very shortly.
Like legitimately?
Just a reminder, don't forget about my jewels.
Like they just walked away and she pulled out her walkie to talk to them.
I'm picking up a signal from the echo. Fox boy, wait for me!
No. Everybody thinks her car looks like a dick and balls, and I'm like, they're bat ears, you fucking morons. It's the Batmobile. Like literally the Batmobile. No. I missed the ring. No.
I must be getting closer.
We're good. We're okay. I ran over a person. I'm okay. I caused a car accident. I slaughtered a family of 4. I apologize. But he also shouldn't have gotten in my goddamn way. Go! Perfect timing. Wait a minute. Be quiet.
Wait a minute. Be quiet. Just leave it to me.
I call it like a very basic question. Like, have you found them yet? And she's like, shut the fuck up. I'm working on it.
Let's go.
Oh god. Also, if you're wondering why I'm always screeching, apparently by swerving, you are able to increase and maintain, like boost max speed, not just like normal max speed. Stupid cart. No. I see something about the word boob over there. Give me a second, I'll read it. She had to pull the radios or boobs that was short circuit it. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, she was about to get a shock because she was gonna short circuit the radio. Gotcha. That makes sense. I believe it. Those titties probably do sweat, but do they sweat in the vacuum of space? Only time will tell. Oh, 30 emblems, baby. Only took like an hour from 20. Skyrail.
Shadow, they're in that blue plane.
Copy that. In pursuit.
At 11 o'clock.
Sorry, I'm in pursuit.
Copy that. I'm in pursuit.
I fucking love. I love this game. Also, I'm gonna ignore everything about this stage to get a power-up. I fucked up. I died. I'm gonna waste a lot of lives trying to get this power-up, by the way. Because I actually don't know the way you're supposed to get it. I only know the way that I do it. I'm trying to figure it out, by the way. I did not mean to fall. That was my fault. Because the way I do it is jumping on an asynchronous cycle, which is probably not the way you're supposed to. That was the way to do it. It's up there, but I don't know how you get it normally. I lost my ring. Ah, I almost had it. I should have grabbed the checkpoint, by the way. I have infinite lives? I mean, I have like 40 lives. I am almost all, like, considerably in no danger of actually ever game overing in this game. Because you get 2 to 3 lives from every speech stage as is. Ah! Missed. Oh god, the fuck happened there? Ah! There we go. Legitimately, I don't know how you get this normally. This is the only way I've ever known how to get it. Anyway, restart the stage and we can beat it now. Yeah, it looks like it's the only way, right? Because, like, there's a literal path to do it that way. Oh my god. I missed the thing and I couldn't. I tried to jump off of the rail, but the rails don't like when you try to jump off of them. Hi, Rin. Hi, Thunderbird. How's it going? I'm not trying to jump that way, by the way. I'm trying to jump right, but it thinks I want to jump left. Probably because of the angle that I'm at. Also, the Ancient Light is one of the most useless power-ups in this entire game. Actually, I think it is the only like actually purely optional power-up in this game. What the fuck is going on? I'm literally not pressing that button. I'm just... Almost happened again to me. Like, I'm trying to jump between the rails, if you can't tell. What the fuck? Trying to do this. Because I know there's power-ups on every rail there. I tried to jump. You can't, like, normal jump off of rails. So because I was still on a rail before I tried to jump, I got fucked there. This game has its quirks, by the way. Sometimes I know how to handle them, sometimes I don't. This is one of the times I don't. I don't know what's down here. I'm gonna take this path. I never take that path, by the way. I tried to get the golden beetle, but I fucked up because I forgot where it was. Oh god. Don't you dare kill me. Another 3,000 points, and that should be an A
Here we
rank.
go.
I love Skyrail. I hate that it's so short. Like, legitimately, I hate that it's a minute long stage.
Ultimate victory.
Next is Eggman boss into
They're
Mad
heading directly
Space.
toward us. What should we do?
Just sit tight. We've got them away. There's no way they can get away. I don't know what they are planning, but I'll be sure to give them a warm welcome.
That was pretty rough.
Pretty rough.
Hi.
We did it! Let's go, Amy! Yeah!
You
Yeah.
thieves. Did you really think you could get out of here alive?
Come and get some, Eggman.
Sonic!
Oh, he's ready to whoop his ass. Like, actually whoop his ass.
This time, as well as the
Also, I Am the Eggman's a great song.
destroy these pests. Come out, my servant.
I am the Eggman. He has no eyes there, by the way. It's kind of creepy. He just randomly sings screaming things in another language.
When Sonic struck his hand, he must have broken the restraining mechanism. What a piece of junk.
Oh, it's my time to fight the same boss that Sonic fought, but just way differently, by the way. How did that hit me? Uh-oh. It's okay, we win. Now. Mad Space. Everybody hates Mad Space. I gotta tell you guys. People just need to get better. Just learn how to read backwards. I think we've seen this cutscene, right? Yeah, we've seen this cutscene. We skip.
Hi, Doctor. How's it going? What? What do you mean they escaped? That's okay. I will go after them myself. Can you tell me the password for the space colony control?
It's Maria.
Tricking that old doctor is just too easy. All right, it's time to get to work.
Oh yeah, this is like a lot of backstory here. Maria.
Maria, I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh well.
Oh well. Rebooting.
This is
Rebooting.
it. We searched
Rebooting.
Project Shadow, the ultimate life form. Let's see now. What in the world is this? This can't be right. Just what is Shadow anyway? I guess I'll just have to take the last pieces of the Master Emerald.
All right. Three color container. Oh, I can't do that. Gotta go this way. Again, if you guys can't read backwards, you are gonna struggle to understand where I'm trying to go. The iron boots. I think either 3-color container is over here on green or it's up above. It's one of the two. I don't remember 100%. I think it's up. Here? Went too far. It's the one on the right. The star under a roof. We gotta go up. I think. Under a roof sounds like it'd be up here. Maybe not. Big meteor. Oh, fuck.
It's gotta be close. Only one more left.
I don't think I get an A here. I'm gonna start over because I don't think I get an A out of that. Watchman of the Yellow Balcony. I know exactly where that one is. A yellow balcony? It's on the bottom. Thought it was gonna be that one actually. Am I wrong? Am I misremembering? Damn. Because yellow means this. Usually. Damn it. Darn. I was wrong. Yeah, I messed up. Because the hints are reversed in words and backwards in their meaning. Uh oh. Good thing is this one I know exactly where it is. If it's the same hint that is, yeah, I think it is. Different one is the answer, but
It's gotta be close.
excuse me. It's inside actually this time. Interesting.
Only two more.
Between the red nails? What the fuck? Oh. Wait. What? Idea, but I'm probably wrong. I'm just testing something real quick. Alright, I know where this is now, I think. Yeah, it's gotta be here. Not like here, but in this planet.
It's gotta be close. Only one more left.
Huge paperweight. That's... that has to be down? No? Am I not wrong about that? Doesn't that have to be down here? It's the only paperweight I can think of in this stage. Yeah, I'm right.
It's gotta be close.
Okay, that should be perfect.
Got it.
Ba ba ba.
How was that? Perfect? Like me?
Now it's time for the fight. Hopefully I can do this one better than the other one I did.
Long time no see, treasure hunter. Did you find my emerald?
That's a good one. Your emerald.
Talking to you is a waste of time. So edgy.
Hand over those master emeralds. Give them to me.
He's so edgy. One ring, please.
I have no choice but to fight now.
No, get away. Where is he? Bye bye. Okay, a little faster, but not optimal. Ow, that was my shoulder. Now we got her great theme song. Little, you know, little on the sexual side, but you know, maybe would it be?
Stop fooling around.
Give me back
My emeralds.
What are you babbling about? Call yourself a hunter attacking a lady? Shame on you.
What kind of lady goes around stealing gems?
I know we've seen this cutscene, but this theme song is different, so I'm counting it as a different cutscene.
Keep your hands to yourself. Don't touch me.
Is that how you say thanks to someone who just saved your life?
Saving my life. Don't think I owe you one. You just wanted to hold my hand, didn't you? That's why you saved me. You're such a
Sorry,
cutie.
I was kind of jamming.
Think what you want, Batgirl. I was saving the Master Emerald.
What's with her arms in this cutscene? I just noticed them. Why are her arms awkwardly thin? Is that just how the models are, and I just never noticed them until this cutscene?
Just take them. They stink like echidnas do.
If that's what you thought, you should have given me them in the first place. Finally.
What?
I'm sorry if I hurt you.
We should get going.
Okay. Time for like a 10-minute stage, the only 10-minute stage outside of Cannon's Core. Even Cannon's Core is not this long.
What's Rouge up to anyway? This is strange. It's showing energy readings from two separate Chaos Emeralds. Did they really think they could trick me with that fake emerald? Wait, Shadow. I'm the one who should be telling them the end is near, not you. Now is the time to end this long drawn out.
His fingers are long.
Ultimate genius. If something happens to me, I'm counting on you to finish the job. Hurry.
I just noticed this bazooka actually has a clip in it. I never noticed. I legitimately never noticed it. Oh yeah. I love this stage because it's just combo everything that you can. No. Also, because we keep going up, it's pretty much impossible to die. Keyword pretty much. still don't know what these robots are, by the way. They don't attack you or anything. They're just there for actual combo fodder. I got a Banui. Protection armor. I missed one. Oh, yas. I'm gonna get hit here. I always do, I believe. It might be on hard mode that I get hit. No, it's here. This stage is awesome. You're literally in an on-rail section. They give you so many full healths here because they're like, you're gonna take damage in this stage. Oh god. Oh god, we're okay. As long as I can keep hovering, we're fine. My rings! I broke a combo. No, my combo got broken, so I didn't get the points for it. That sucks. Uh oh, don't hit me. Excuse me. Now you know my real power. I don't know what that sound effect is, and I don't want to know. I might just need to run. Sounds like a jet engine about to fire, so I just gotta run. Okay, we're back in the blue health. We're okay. Sorry, I know he's saying Yosh, but yes. I like saying yes. I have almost 80,000 points. Go, go, go. Can I break 100k? I think I literally do. 120 maybe? Oh, we're probably gonna break. Oh, we are gonna break 120 actually. I think we get points for this, right? No, we don't. Shit. I guess we break 120 with the time bonus, maybe? Break it! We didn't break it. Okay, yeah, we get 120. Good old 120.
Now you know why I am.
I think an A rank's only 100k on that stage too, so I fucking demolished it. Ah! Ow.
Darn, why do they always leave a sweet little innocent girl like me alone?
No, that's true. Why?
Young lady, is there something I can help you with?
God, just imagine. Can I help you with something? Just fucking point a gun at her.
Tails are.
We've seen this cutscene, but we'll still watch it because it's from Eggman's point of view now. Plus, it helps break the end.
Let's take care of business first, shall we, Sonic? Hand over the Chaos Emerald slowly, and then we'll talk about your girlfriend. That is, if you really care for her.
Handing over the fake emerald?
I gotta kill 2 birds with one stone. He's just like, fuck yeah, do it, Sonic.
Put the emerald down right there and back off.
You've turned into a big-time villain, Doctor.
Also, Sonic, why don't you just throw it at him instead of walking into his trap? Like literally, he could have just thrown it at him.
So, how did you know it wasn't the real one?
Tails!
Because you just told me, Fox Boy.
Just he got outsmarted. The 8-year-old child got outsmarted by like the 40-year-old man or whatever it is.
I'm counting on you, Tails. And Amy, take care of yourself.
Farewell, Sonic the Hedgehog.
And all we see is he explodes. If you played Dark Story first, you think legitimately Sonic died.
Now we have some unfinished business to take care of. If you give me the real emerald, I will release you both. You have my promise.
Way too dank. Was I too loud, or was that just, are you just reacting to what happened to Sonic?
I won't give up.
Alright. Can't wait for Tails to hit me with the raw level 3 in this fight.
Never forgive you for this.
Here it comes! He hit me. He hit me. He hit me. I might lose this fight. Legitimately, I might lose. Oh my god. Oh, I got so scared. Anytime it hits you with 2 fucking laser beams, you get terrified. You pucker a little. Alright. I guess he was just a regular hedgehog after all.
Legend has it when all 7 Chaos Emeralds are collected, the power creates a miracle. I have 6 of them. They're mine. All mine.
I don't think so.
Shadow.
So that was your plan from the very beginning. Or Or was it a direct order from the president? Now I know who you are. You're that government spy, Rouge the Bat, aren't you?
You know what's funny? If she's a famous government spy and is the only Batgirl in the government, why would they not know this right away?
Job was done. I thought it was time to take what's mine and get out of this place.
You are one pathetic creature.
Look who's talking. What about you? Here are the results of the research project called the Ultimate Life Form. But if this picture is of the real Ultimate Life Form named Shadow,
And who or what? Ooh, you know, I've never actually read what's on that report. I just realized how high res it actually is. Might take that back in the VOD and just actually read what it says.
If you want to live, leave the Chaos Emeralds where they are. The fake emerald is good enough for you.
do you actually believe that you're the real Shadow?
No doubt.
Even your memories might not be real.
The Dreamcast version or PC? It's the PC version. Hence why I was able to mod it so easily.
Shadow, and I will fulfill my promise to Maria. That's the only thing that matters to me now.
So I think specifically it is a port of the Dreamcast version because they have battle as a add-on. I fucking love Final Chase. I've heard people say they don't like this stage. I'm like, man, how could you not like it? Back from looking to go on a housing tour. Ooh, that sounds cool. Enjoy, Ruby. The music's also fucking banging. Like, who the fuck doesn't like this stage? Like, yeah, the gravity mechanic kind of sucks, but just get good, forehead. I lost all my rings. Please don't die. What's fun? Like a house commission? Like, oh. Get a house commission on 14. Yeah, I've always wanted to when I first got a house, but I decided not to, and I never did. And now I'm pretty sure my house is destroyed because I haven't played the game in like 6 months. Need the gold beetle for points. Also, I really wish most of the best houses weren't done using glitches. Like, that's what kind of pisses me off, is like, oh, this is a cool house. Guess what? It's all done using glitches. And the easiest power-up to get for Shadow, besides his air shoes, is Mystic Melody. Can't see. Actually can't see. Hopefully updating it so it's not glitches. Wanna take a while? Yeah, I hope so. Cause like, I like how cool some houses look, but the fact that like every single one that looks great that like you see out there is all done using a glitch to like put things in walls or like clip things out of bounds kind of pisses me off. Oh god, I gotta start over. I just fucking died. I just face planted on the side of the railing and died. Anyway, we get to hear this banger again. No, hit that please, thank you. Oh god, I almost missed. That enemy's too annoying to kill. Sometimes it hits you, so I'm just not gonna bother. I forgot that those rings are there. Oh my god. Oh yeah, if you hit those like springs on this section, they just give you free points for that. It's kind of funny. Let's see, just give me free 100 points there. Uh oh. You know, there's lyrics to this song, and I don't think the lyrics that are online are actually right. However, if they're coming from like an actual like Sega approved like lyrics book or something, maybe they're right. Oh god, he tried to suction back to the one before him. Okay, we're good. We made it past that section. Oh no, we're actually back where I died last time. I forgot it was here that I died, not over there. Also, you can just die there if you just run off the edge. I'm just ignoring the entire stage, by the way, by just doing this. There's a phoenix up here, I believe. Yeah, it's either a phoenix or a dragon. I couldn't remember. Like I said, there's just 2 phoenixes in Dark Story for free. Oh god, Shadow, please. You lost traction, so I couldn't jump when I wanted to. Also, that particular pulley there actually takes you to where the hidden Chow is in this stage. You have to play through the entire stage just to get the hidden Chow in Final Chase. This section's really cool. I just like holding down. You just go full speed down this fucking tube.
Here we go.
I love that, like that last end section. It's really hard on hard mode, by the way. Shocker. Also, 500 rings. Where the fuck are they? Like, legitimately.
Ultimate victory.
And skip the cutscene again, because we've seen this one. So much of the radical left engage in this speed running. Shadow, what the fuck are you talking about? I love that so fucking much. Especially because I'm technically doing speed running right now. And by that I mean I just have a timer on screen and I'm trying to finish this as fast as I can. Oh, gotta run. Oh god, gotta run. I'm gonna fall. We're both gonna fall. Sonic just literally fucking killed himself by attacking me there. Like, yes, I fell off, but we were both dead there because I couldn't get out in time. I like how he's like, avoid Sonic Wind. I literally never ever see it. Like, the way you're supposed to do this fight is you're supposed to let him get like way ahead of you to do the Sonic Wind or Chaos Spear if you're fighting Shadow, and then go in after he attacks. But like, you're not, you know, I kind of don't do that. Also, I wish you could keep these rings. I don't think you do. I pressed the wrong button. I tried to press A, not B, to get him off me. Anyway, how did that miss? Usually using the light dash hits him there. How did that miss? Is Sonic shorter than Shadow? Does anybody know that for sure? There we go. Well done, Faker. I like how they just make him use that line again. That's one more. I failed.
I told you, I'm the ultimate.
I'm the ultimate. Also, technically speaking, Dark Story is the canon story. Because this cutscene right here at the end directly leads into the final story.
Over the world. The glorious era of the Empire of Eggman.
I guess technically both end with this, but you just don't see it in the hero side. But I also think the Eclipse Cannon's not blown up in the final story. I fucking love Shadow's theme in this game. I love every single version of Shadow's theme, by the way. Also, hi Lyra, how are you doing? How's your day been? How's your day off? But do you love Latinas? Of course! Listen, Shadow loves me and I love Shadow. I love Latinas. I watched Iron Mouse's stream all day today while I was cleaning. Did you watch Iron Mouse's stream all day while you were cleaning? I don't think so. She was in Puerto Rico. I think they have one more day in there too. So tomorrow I know what I'm doing on my birthday. Okay, Becca was hurting. Trying to stay hydrated. It's hot as hell. How hot is it? Ask somebody from California. I have to ask, how hot is hot for you? Murdered it all away. You live an endless life forever. 95, that's pretty hot. Throw it all away. Have to face it again and again. Surprisingly, in California in the summer, like summer just hit, right? Technically, summer started on Sunday. Sunday? Was it Saturday? I think it's the 21st, right? Anyway, it's only 80 over here. It's been a relatively cool summer. I think it's because the rest of the country is burning up right now, so we have the more moderate climate, which usually it's the opposite. People say global warming isn't real. Come on now. I actually am lucky, specifically because, like, every single time on my birthday, which is, by the way, tomorrow, guys, in case you guys want to say happy birthday tomorrow, it's always like 90, 100 degrees. I can't really do anything. I just fucking melt. Hold up. Throw it all away. Got to face it again and again. And also Sonic's 10th anniversary. Guess what it is today? His 36th. You guys feel old yet? No, 35th, right? Anyway, you guys ready for Kingdom Hearts? Why am I bringing up Kingdom Hearts? Take a look. One second.
The ultimate life form. Chaos control.
Space
Desperation.
Supersonic collision.
Tears.
Untamed power of chaos.
Professor Gerald, the
Apocalypse.
truth about 50 years ago.
Sonic Adventure 2. Last episode. Wishes are eternal.
Just straight up random gas Kingdom Hearts ass cutscene. Like a year before Kingdom Hearts actually came out. Anyway, before I do the last story, I'm just gonna get everybody's power-ups. Flame Ring, so I gotta go to Radical Highway. You can technically get Flame Ring on your first playthrough of this stage with a spin dash jump, but I didn't care. I just wanted to play through the stage. Also, Lyra, you forgot to shout yourself out again. I'm very ashamed of you. There's that. Now we go Rouge's Mystic Melody, Dry Lagoon. Which is, I don't think it's this one, but I'll check anyway. Oh, it is this one. Nice. There's that. I need her security. Sorry, not security scope. Treasure scope. Security hall. But you also need the Mystic Melody to get the treasure scopes. That's why I got that thing first. And then I think all that's left is Eggman's Mystic Melody and his extra blaster. By the way, his power up is so fast to get, like straight up. And I think that's the last power up, unless I'm missing something. I'll be honest, I forget where this is at. I think it's in the one spot that requires the bazooka, but I'm not 100% sure. Also, you can just do this. There's the cat down there. Did you see him? I think it's right here, right? Yeah. And I think that's everything. Eggman has that. I think we're done. Rouge, Treasure Scope, Mystic Melody was all that was missing. Shadow was just the Flame Ring. Because I already got his Ancient Light. Hydrate, thank you. And Stretch, thank you. Let me actually go check if we get any new Chow. So again, I have a Chow Garden mod specifically, which just makes A, the black market better, B, training easier, and just adds more customization. Like you just buy like these things. Just put them in a hoodie. You can put them in a bow tie. Sorry, put them in a bow tie. You can change their eye color, which is pretty cool. You can change their actual colors. Like it's really cool. Anyway, let's go for the green egg. I don't know why. Maybe the green egg will be lucky. So I tried to get an egg earlier, and it, all 3 eggs had the exact same stats. So if this one has the same stats as the last 3 eggs, it turns out the eggs are seeded. As in, like, they have to spawn in a certain order with certain stats before you get, like, a new set. Guys, please stop drowning. Alright, are you the same as the one I had before? You might be. He has the same eyes. I'm a little scared. The reason why I'm a little scared is because this one that I was getting off stream, just to test things, was not very good. Yeah, they're seeded. What the fuck? Because this is the exact same stats the last one had. That's weird. He gets to stay. That's fine. Because they're seated, I think he gets to stay. Also, if anybody wants to be named after a Chow, those of you that have already gifted 5 subs, feel free to. The other ones, you guys can use channel points for it. We'll go for Gray. He's expensive. Maybe he's lucky. But I need to train all these chows to walk and to swim because I hate hearing their drowning noises. Do you believe in the Gray? I do too, honestly. Like, none of them have horrible stats. Most of them are average. I think the blue one is like my best one so far. He has a cute face. I think the first chow we got was actually the only one that's like bad because it had no, like, nothing above C. Oh my god. Oh baby, oh my lord. Oh, I am so sorry, sweet child. You are staying a baby. I am so sorry for you. You have 3 good stats, 2 awful stats. Oh, I'm so sorry. You are staying a baby. You are not going to be my focus. Anyway, I'm just going to get emblems. Anyway, we're just going to play the game now. What are we looking for in the Chow? Anything that's not C's. Or C, basically, if the entire stats are C's and up, they're great. If you have 2 D's or lower, it's a bad roll. Most Chows usually have 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, and 1E. Him having 2 E's, horrible. It means one of his D's rolled into an E. Essentially, all I care about is just rolling high, essentially rolling mid, rolling everything C or better. The reason why it doesn't really matter is every life you could increase their rank, their like stat rank by 1 based on what thing you focus on. So like it's not the worst, but anyway, we're just gonna do some stuff. It's up to the speed run. Yeah, better stats means I have to train them less to actually, you know, get the points. Because okay, let me tell you this, right? Every rank gives, when the child levels up, they get a certain amount of points per rank, right? E's, I forget how much it is. It's like 12 to 15, and if you have S, it's 27 to 30. So literally double. And in the Chow races and Chow Karate, there are not hard walls in terms of stats, but like if I was to take that Chow with E and fly and try to do like a fly mission, I would be stuck because he would not be able to do like the final fly race. He just would not have the stats for it.
Detector readings are reversed. Be very careful.
Like that's just it just is what it is. Is there one in there? No. I forgot what the best way to do this stage is. I think the entries go up. Yeah, there's rings here that I can get. Where are they? It's not just 5, right? There's got to be more than that. Yeah, there's another one here. Oh, it's another 5. That sucks. But yeah, like it's a matter of do I want to train up multiple Chow or not. I can do it. Like it's really not that hard with the extended Chow road that I have to actually train up a Chow from garbage to you know, runnable, but it just sucks. What's the rest of the rings in this stage. Oh, I think it's on the bottom. I just realized it's down, all the way down. I forgot how to do this stage fast, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to do like get like a quick route going. There's some rings here, but not enough. I think I'm missing like a 20 ring somewhere that I usually get. That's 10, so that's close. Careful here, don't get hit. Yeah, I think I'm missing like a 10 or a 20 ring bubble. Just somewhere, don't know where. Where am I missing? Let's look around. Get yourself some launch. Oh, what's for launch? Anything in here that I might be missing? No. What am I? I'm legitimately just missing a box of rings somewhere. I didn't know that's a life. Here? Yeah, that's 10. Right, I know where I'm going now. The answer is not down. Buddy or toasty? Ooh. There's nothing in this one. Why am I going on this one? I'm dumb. I'm a little silly. Get it, please. Thank you. That's alive. There it is. Wait, what am I missing now? Some rings on the bottom. Was it 10, I think? Got it. Wrong one. It's over here. Wait, how did I miss these? There was one up top, right? Yeah, this is... I think there was a 10 up top. And then I go all the way down and get the ones on the bottom. It's kind of an awkward route, but it works. Saw something. Those rings are alive. I can't tell. Okay, that'll help things out a little bit. I don't know where I am so disoriented in terms of where the rings were that I don't remember which one had the 10 pack. There's some singles here, right? Yeah, then the 10 pack is a little bit across. Okay, is this enough? Is it 230 or 202 even? What is it? All right, good.
How is that? Perfect? Like me?
We're chilling, baby. I just want to get through Mad Space because Mad Space is one of the more annoying stages next to headquarters. Lost Child though, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Where's the... shrine at? I forget which platform it's on. There it is. Teleport! I call it just a random robot in this random ass container. There he is.
I got it.
He's so cute.
How is that? Perfect, like me?
Nah. Only 37 rings. What the fuck?
Decide which stage to go to.
I think I'm gonna save a lot of the last stories for the end, just to make them like a little content. Machine number 1 with 3 legs. This one's really easy. Shit. It's this exact planet.
It's gotta be close. Only
Why? Because it has a number 1 on the side. Crescent moon with green growing? Oh, I think I know where that is. Wait, do I know where that is? Is that on the bot? Actually, hold on, I think it's on the bottom. There's literally something down here that has green on it. This one? Am I right? I am right.
it's gotta be close.
It's just in front of it. It is.
More left.
That one was an actual memory check. Sticking star. I think that's all the way up top. It feels like it'd be something way up here. I could be wrong, but it just sounds like it's something up here. I'll give it a quick little run through. There it is.
It's gotta be close. I got it.
Oh yeah! We'll give it the ads, by the way. Are you guys buying anything for Prime Day, by the way? I keep getting notifications on my phone. Hey, we got this for you for your Prime Day. Hey, we got this for you for your Prime Day. Hey, you should buy this for your Prime Day. I'm like, nah, I don't care. I don't care. They're not actually sales.
Decide which stage to go to.
Haven't looked. Yeah, Prime Day started today, I believe, and it goes for 3 days. I forget how to get easy 100 rings in this stage. Oh, I know how. Never mind. I remember exactly how. That's a life. The game's telling me to get a life. I refuse. How did that miss? You fuck. Game told me to think fast and I did not think fast enough. That's not anything. It's a Banui, Lyra, it's you! If you're wondering where I'm going, there's rings, a lot of rings down here especially. No, you fuck. I don't die. That's not a lot of rings, but it's enough. Can't see. just a lot of random rings on the floor, so that's why I'm running down here. I don't know my actual path for this stage anymore. It's been too long. But I do know there's a lot of rings down here that I can grab. Another bunny. Oh my god, I almost got hit there. Now something with sunglasses around here. Am I not wrong? I forget already. I think I'm already outside of the window for an A rank. I'm just looking around because I feel like I remember sunglasses being useful for this stage. I could just go up though. That could work too. I just want to see if there's any easy like ring bubbles down here that I can get with sunglasses. The answer is big fat fucking nope. Okay. Alright, what do we got for rings? There's also a free Phoenix right up there, by the way. Right there. Yeah, it's kind of silly how many like free Phoenixes there are in the entire game, actually, compared to anything else. There's something over here, right? Yeah. 10 more. Trying to see what my route would be. Up first or down first? I think the answer is down to up. There's rings there, but they don't really help out much. I don't have a what's it called? Magnetic shield to help me. I could utilize the back ring for this stage, actually. Might be easier. Where am I missing some stuff at? I feel like I'm missing something that I usually don't. Where? Where are the rings that I'm missing? Ringies! It's not you. Oh, wait, saw something down there. Only a 5. Oh, right here. Got it. Ground, middle. Here, I guess? No sunglasses use outside of the sunglasses room. Good to know. Go Knuckles, run! Get the rings! Time to get ill. Now we gotta go to the sunglasses room, which is way over here. How did that miss? I should not have missed, actually. Oh. Don't hit me, please. Alright, we do this, then we go to the mid level, and that should hopefully finish me out. Please fall. Please fall. Yeah. Is there really 30 rings up there that I was getting? I guess there were, right? There was like a handful of bubbles and stuff. Where were the bubbles at? Over here were a couple. Four rings here that I just straight up missed those apparently. And the rings left over were... Wasn't this platform, right? No, it was lower. That one. I think I just missed it. I think 230 was the cutoff. Oh my god, wait. No, I thought that was something. Wait. There's a 10 there.
I found him.
Good to know. If we'd be cooking... Oh, baby. Yeah, that was like 10 minutes fucking 230, isn't it? I hate treasure hunter missions. In terms of getting the rings, because sometimes it's just annoying. And I don't want to use the back arrow stuff, because that's just kind of... Or the back ring, because that's kind of just... Like, it's kind of just a cheat. Like, don't... Like, yeah, it's easier, but like, come on. Unless the stage literally doesn't have 100 rings, like, why not? I don't need all these rings either, like the single 4-packs that I was getting. I realized that pretty quickly. Also, Ruby, what'd you pick? I did not eat dinner today. I just ate lunch. Toasty? Nice. Tuna cheese. I'm not a big fan of tuna. However, a certain bunny VTuber that's probably listening to this stream is absolutely in love with tuna. Like I said, just mention tuna once and she just speaks up. I just noticed it right here. Alright, a lot faster. There's someone saying tuna! Exactly. Told you.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Decide which stage to go to.
Ugh. I just want to complete the most annoying missions and the treasure hunter mission. That's why I'm doing it this way. I have no rings. I shouldn't need them, but I have no rings. You getting all the emblems? Hell yeah, Lyra. Who do you think I am that you think I'm not gonna get all the emblems in this game? What are you doing? What are you saying yo for? Oh my god, I almost died there. So thank you very much on the emblems. Okay. Lyra, if you want to follow along, pay attention to the stream and you'll know exactly how to get the emblems.
I found him.
Time to check? I mean, you can check. If you never did, it's probably just getting A ranks, realistically.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Which a lot of times the A ranks probably you'd be struggling on treasure hunter stuff and fourth mission's my assumption. If you didn't, that is. I should need that one ring. You're playing with the wrong guy. Knuckles, please stop clipping. I mean, not really clipping, but, you know. Yo, yo. There's rings up here, I believe. This one. Easy peasy, less than a minute.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Lyra, I played this game so much as a kid. My GameCube save file legitimately had enough hours played that it maxed out the timer. It was like, I think it takes like 99 hours, 59 minutes to max out. Oh wait, I got 40 emblems already, didn't I? Oh, I'll wait until I for sure got it after this stage. Also, I wish the Mystic Melodies had like a slightly different tune per character. I think that'd be cool.
I found him. Yeah, this is perfect.
Hey, we have 40. I forgot to do a split on my speedrun timer. You guys don't see it because I cropped it out, but I legitimately have I have splits going to figure out how long it takes me between each set of 10 emblems. I don't need those 4. Ugh, excuse me. But there's not one down here. There's one there. There as well. Oh, it's only 5. That sucks. One more there. One more there. Should be all the end that I need, actually. I think this is usually a 20. No, it's a 10. Get it, please. Oh, I didn't get the minute, but I got 101.
How is that?
Oh wait, I just realized I should do the last story before we get to actual emblem hunting. Oops. Let's go do that.
Decide which. Select the story.
What's going on?
Why doesn't the cannon fire? What's happening here?
You guys ready for like 30 minutes of cutscenes? Because I'm not skipping it.
It's my grandfather, Joe Robotnik.
What's that vibration?
Hey, wait. Someone is coming.
You haven't given up yet?
No, it's all over for us.
What do you mean?
I just received a message from my boss. This space colony Ark is currently approaching the Earth at an incredible velocity. It probably will impact Earth.
Stop doom posting. She is doom posting, huh?
This is a death sentence for
Now, I'm curious, do you guys think these human models are better or worse than the ones in Twisted Metal 3? I think Twisted Metal 3's got better ones, but then again, this is the Dreamcast versus the PS1. Generally scared you for the first time? That makes sense. I understand. Twisted Metal 3 is better. I think also there's like a 2 or 3 year difference between them actually. But it's also here, you know, the humans don't matter, whereas in Twisted Metal 3, the characters are what matters.
It cannot be disabled. All of you ungrateful humans who took everything away from me will feel my
Also,
loss.
pay attention to the end of the broadcast.
Is there anything else you want to say?
Wait for it.
No. Ready.
What's going on here? Who is that?
I plan to give you a taste of my
The
revenge.
vibration's getting worse.
He was under firing squad.
Professor Gerald Robotnik, one of the greatest scientific minds in the world, and my grandfather.
What?
The reason I say firing squad is if this was 50 years ago, I don't think they would have had the advances in euthanasia that they would have had.
What do you mean?
You're pretty persistent for a hedgehog, aren't you? You're still alive.
Just letting Knuckles pilot the shuttle on the way over here was more dangerous than you could ever be.
What is this?
This
I haven't seen this cutscene in a long time, so I'm not gonna know what they're saying. Him giving that quip is actually really nice.
I don't quite know what happened or what went wrong. Was it a mistake to create?
Oh
the
wait, you can read the
ultimate
text
life
now.
form? I thought it would be something that would benefit mankind, but then the military
remember being able to
guards
read this
landed
text.
on the colony that day. They were sent to destroy the research project that I had been working on. My colleagues at the research facility, my granddaughter, Maria, I hope you are all safe. The colony was completely shut down, probably to keep the prototype from falling into the wrong hands.
The Ark was shut down under the premise that there had been an accident.
The accident was them killing Maria.
His name among those who died when the Ark was shut down.
Sorry, I was scooting forward. I was shrimping a little bit.
And I couldn't bear the thought that she died because of my research. I lost everything.
This game gets real fucking dark, man.
I went insane. All I could think about.
Like, it starts off with just, you know, Sonic trying to stop Eggman,
Some way.
and then you just hear fucking this guy's granddaughter fucking died.
All I could think about was that I wanted it all to based on my original projections. I was able to complete my project, Shadow. I designed its mind to be perfect, pure. I will leave everything to him. If you wish, release and awaken it
If
to
you
the
wish to
world.
fill the world with destruction... Oh, so that's why you released Shadow from the base.
The Eclipse cannon is now highly reactive and explosive.
His pants are very shiny.
Chaos Emerald is overpowered. If the colony collides with Earth, it will shatter into pieces like my grandfather predicted. That mad scientist.
That should be you, right? We have to stop the space colony now.
The space colony arc position may have shifted due to the amount of energy given off by the emeralds. We have to stop the energy.
But how?
That's it. There is a way to stop the energy.
Mhm.
You have to use your emerald.
The Master Emerald.
That told me that the Master Emerald has the power to stop the Chaos Emerald.
You're speaking real slowly, girl.
I use this. I just might be able to stop the Chaos Emerald.
Subtitles don't match what you're saying.
Emerald is moving toward the cannon's core. It may be too late.
This is Sonic 3 was the fourth movie based on. So,
Maybe some time left.
if you never saw Sonic 3, the end movie teaser for Sonic 4 introduced Metal Sonic and Amy Rose. I'm assuming it's going to be future based or time travel based, so Sonic CD. but they could also go the original route now, where they can just kind of just do whatever they want.
No worries. Just leave it to me. I'm the world's fastest hedgehog.
Hey, let's get to
So
work.
people assumed, they even teased silver, which I think is wrong. Hang on. The reason why people are thinking silver was teased is because there was 2 end credit scenes in Sonic 3. The first one introduced Amy and Metal Sonic, and like a lot of Metal Sonic. So like that's why people are thinking it's going to be Sonic CD, because it's all like future, like time travel based. The second teaser had specifically Shadow's what's the word, bracelets, and like he walked up to them and picked them up, and you just saw the white glove. People were like, oh, those are Silver's bracelets, but if you look at it, I think they're just Shadows that broke off when he went super. But yeah, people are assuming it's going to be Sonic CD based, which I think is probably true. I forget, where is Big the Cat in this? Oh, he's right there. I was gonna say, I forgot where Big the Cat is in Cannon's Core. Showed his ugly ass face like right away to tell me I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, Eggman's turn. So, if you played a badly pirated version of this game, once you got to this part, literally this exact moment, Eggman would fall to the floor permanently. You would never be able to complete the game. It's a really silly anti-cheat they had for this game. Sorry, anti-piracy feature. Also, sorry about the noise. Again, the mech levels are just stupidly loud. I was trying to land on the one thing there, but I couldn't. Oh wait, that's the right one. That sucks. I like this section, like landing on moving platforms. Cool. Now it's Rouge time. I love this part. Like, it's really cool. Everyone has a very different, like, even though they're using the similar, what's the word, skill sets, everybody's doing such a different section. Big the Cat. Forgot Big the Cat's up there multiple times. Ah, damn it. I was trying to hit this because I was actually at the perfect timing to not need to hit the switch again. Instead, now I have to pray that I get the right timing. Not far enough. I'm losing so much time. Okay, we got it. Can you hear me? I forgot how to do this. It's this way first. Also, if you don't have the air necklace, this section is not impossible, but very, very hard. I like pressing this just to stop time. I forget if I have to for this section. I don't think so. It's the next section where I have to. Over there. Over where? Want to taste the dragon so bad. Hey, Vicuña, what's up? A little too horny there. Relax. It's not Friday yet. Also, these sections are incredibly tight, even if you know what you're doing. Anyway, hi, how you doing? I take it you really like this outfit. Sorry, autocorrect. Dragging these nuts. Meant to say hello. A little too eager on the high, huh? Dharma, hi. Hello Raiders. How's it going? What were you doing? More Deltarune. You finished the Deltarune yet? Sorry, chapter 4. You prepare for chapter 5. What, tomorrow? Right? No, not tomorrow. Thursday. 25th. Anyway, thank you for the raid. How was Deltarune? I need to play Deltarune. Finish chapter 3? Okay. I need to play Deltarune, but I'm also scared that there's going to be a lot of backseating for that game, specifically because there's 5 chapters in that game. Or will be soon. At least by the time I play it, they will be.
Yes!
And there's like multiple endings too, so like people are probably going to want to backseat me to try to get certain endings. I'm like, what? A B? I almost never get a B in this stage. Oh shit. What did I know what I messed up on, by the way. All of the robots that split into 10 attacks, like 10 bombs that they fly at me, I did not get enough of them at full combo.
I hate it when they leave me behind.
So I lost out on probably like 2,000 or 3,000 points.
Look, it's Shadow.
Chapter 4 tomorrow? Nice.
I really
It's a
gotta say,
bee, but it's a pair of
everyone's
baked
trying
bees.
their best to help out, and so must I. Shadow, we need you. Please help us.
It's all going
Staring at your
wrong.
sticky notes, that's fair.
There's no reason for me to help them. Besides, there's no way to save anyone.
There
God,
has to be.
Shadow's such a pessimist.
I know that people fight over the most trivial things. Some people may
Also,
be
by the way,
selfish, like the professor said.
Lyra is one of the biggest Shadami defenders.
They're basically good if they try their best and never give up on their wishes. They always have a reason to be happy. That's why you should help them out. Saving them is a good thing.
Yes, I'm calling you out, Lyra.
Shadow, I beg you.
I
please do it for
disagree.
them. Give
Listen,
them a chance.
they talked once here.
Please.
The only reason Shadow listens to her is because he imagines Maria. So like, if anything, Shadow's cucking her with Maria, if you want to think of it that way. Tell me why it's better than Blaze and Knuckles. I never heard of Blaze and Knuckles be together. It's usually Blaze and Sonic.
I promised her. And I must keep that promise. That's what Maria wished for. I've got to go now.
It was in the comic.
To Maria and you.
I'll be honest, I have not watched enough of the read enough of the comics. I should honestly start reading the Archie comics. I think I heard they're pretty good.
What's that? It looks just like the shrine of the
Are you guys ready for a masterclass in a boss fight, by the way? A lot of people struggle with the Bile Lizard.
Shrine to harness the power of the Chaos Emeralds.
Now watch me fail.
All of you ungrateful humans who took everything away from me will feel my loss.
Me and Bile Lizard. Legitimately, just watch. I've done this fight enough times to kind of have it down to a science. I'm probably not as fast as like the fastest speedrunners of this particular fight, but it's not that bad. It's kind of annoying how long it is, but can't really do anything. It's his big brother. Shadow's gonna kill his big brother. They had one comic talking about responsibility, and that's it. Pecunia. That is the exact reason Lyra has for Shadow and Amy being together. They had that one interaction, and that's enough for Lyra to say, nope, they deserve to be together. Literally. Now, I'm probably missing Sonic Heroes, honestly, because I never played Sonic Heroes. But I also don't care. At least they're cute together. I mean, black, red, and pink is a pretty good combo. Also, why does he growl like a tiger? And have gills? I guess he's a lizard. Having gills would make some sense. I guess he is the ultimate life form, right? So he would just be a bunch of animals put together. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I don't expect to get hit during this fight. Like, the only time I honestly am probably gonna get hit is the actual final hit. Just because it's kind of hard to not get hit on that phase. It's kind of it's honestly RNG if you get hit or not on that phase. Sir, are you aware you're a bio lizard? He probably, honestly, Lyra, if you look at him, he probably cannot see, cannot hear. He is going entirely off vibrations. I need some space because this thing's going faster now. Don't go that far. Oh, that was a very weird sound. That is not what's supposed to happen. That's a porting issue for sure. The fight is over in about 15 seconds. Oh my god, they spawned on my ass and hit me. It didn't matter. I got telefragged. The fucking thing spawned inside me in the cutscene.
Get out, you ugly prototype.
If I died, that would have been the first time I'd ever died that exact way. Oh, where'd my model break?
Servers are the 7
Am I lagging? Oh, I'm lagging. Maybe that's what's going on.
Power is enriched by the heart. The controller is the one that unifies the chaos. Only you can do this.
Yeah, I'm lagging a little bit.
The Chaos Emeralds.
Just the model though, right? The stream looks fine, right? I don't see like I'm dropping any frames. Yeah, I think it's just a little hiccup in my Wi-Fi for my model. He doesn't like it. I don't feel good, Mr. Stark, and he's gone.
Is it gone? Is that what chaos control is? Since we've stopped the Chaos Emeralds, why is the space colony still on a crash course to Earth? Sonic?
I've heard of this exact opinion before, but I still think it's true. I think this next cutscene after the Fade to Black is one of the greatest things in gaming history, period. I don't think anything can ever match it. I think the closest thing to this in terms of like leaving an impact on me was probably Ocarina of Time when Child Link first grabs the Master Sword and he turned into a kid. Or turned into an adult, I mean. Fucking Super Shadow though! He jacked it so much he turned white. Sorry. Anyway, time for the theme song. However, we will, if I play this fight right, we will barely get to the guitar solo. I'm gonna shut up because I love this song, like legitimately. Please, if you guys want, post your favorite dancing emotes.
Leave it to me. I'll destroy it. Chaos Emeralds? I'll collect the rings. Now it's up to you, Sonic.
Shadow, you need rest. Let me give it a try. Are you okay?
Here I
Can both of you hear me? Atmosphere and
There's a little bit of like static. Do you guys hear it? It's from the game itself. It's not like it's not my audio issues.
Sonic, how are you?
We've almost got it.
Oh my god, it actually hit me. Shit. That should be fine still. Ugh. I got lucky. I hit an invisible wall on the right, so I have to turn left right away. Oh,
Here I come, you
and it's over. Like I said, we won't get to the guitar solo.
Can you both hear me? The arc is
Yes, we can hear you. It's over.
the evil the professor has created.
No way that's getting through.
No way that's getting through.
Shadow, I beg of you.
I beg of you.
Maria, give them a chance to be happy. Now, Shadow.
Now, Shadow.
Chaos control.
Chaos control.
I wish they did this in the movie. Maria,
Maria,
this is what you wanted, right? This is my promise I made to you. Bing! And everybody's like, thank you, fuck. Thank you, hedgehog. And they're like, what the fuck, a hedgehog saved us?
Where is Shadow?
Like how Sonic's like smiling, he's like, nah. I don't know why this is actually making me cry a little bit. I've seen this part way too much.
I think that the professor created him, Shadow, to carry out the revenge on all those who live here on Earth.
He was what he was. A brave and heroic hedgehog who gave his life to save this planet. Shadow the Hedgehog.
Should it made me cry? No, this hasn't made me cry in a while. I don't know. I think it's because I'm doing it live with you guys.
I looked up to my grandfather because of all the great things he accomplished in his life. He was my
Story over, not game over. There's still 140, no, 130 something emblems to get to.
Did he really mean to destroy us?
I don't know, but what I do know is we all did it together.
You mean that part ruined it for you, Lyra? Yeah, there's 180 emblems in this game. When we finish this, you're gonna see him. You're gonna see the emblems pop up. There's 180 of them.
Nah, I think I'm gonna give up this line of work. Too much work for
Too little pay, if you say so.
Anyway, I've got something better than jewels that I'm thinking about right now.
If you say so.
It'll all work out. You'll see.
Oh, I forgot this part.
If you say so.
I like how they're just like teasing each other. The ultimate life form is Sonic.
Matter, Sonic.
Oh, it's nothing.
Come on,
Come on, let's go home.
to the bird that's cool and blue as me. Ah. Sayonara, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
That's a really good like final line for the game, you know? Alright. While this is going, I'm gonna go pee. You guys can listen to Live and Learn a little bit more. Free fame. I'm back. Hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Happy 5 hours, by the way. Live and learn. I remember for Sonic's 25th, what's it called? They had like a live stream, right? And they just straight up, was it 20th? No, it was 30th. The 30th anniversary, because it was during COVID. They just brought Crush 40 to do like an online concert, and they just played like the hits. And they ended. They're like, "Oh, it's over," and they're like, "Nah, we'll do one fucking more. Hit it." And then they fucking sang "Live and Learn." Like they avoided "Live and Learn," and they're like, "All right, that's the end of the concert." Fade to black, and they're like, "Nah, fuck it, we'll do one more." It was kind of peak, honestly. And he's dead forever. 45 emblems. That's 1/4. We are literally 25% done with the game. Let me do some Chow stuff, I think.
Decide which stage to go to. You're going to be.
I need to do more. I need to actually start doing Chow stuff, like legitimately. I need to start training. Who's the one that I'm gonna want to train? Is it the blue one? These guys talking? What are they saying? Is this the one I want to train? Because I don't want to train multiple Chow because it takes a little too long to get them to do the all the races. I need to train one hero, one dark, basically. We can do this one, I think. Maybe not. Fuck it, we'll use him. Probably make you run type. So that'll work. That'll work just fine. I'll probably buy an egg just to see what I get as well. This one will be run type. Nice and easy. We'll make this one hero, run type. So, ordinarily, these drives would disappear after you use them once. They would also only give 2 or 3 stat points. Rather, not stat points, but the little pips. I have it set to where they give infinite uses, and they give 6 to 7. Yes, funny number. So it just greatly greatly speeds up training. But a pro tip, by the way, if you're trying to do Chow training as well, only give them about 10 levels in a stat, and then let them evolve. Because if they don't, you just lose out on potential stats. So I'm gonna have to pet him until he turns full hero alignment. You'll see that when he gets the little tiny nubs coming out of his head. And I don't know who I'm gonna make dark, but I need to figure out that pretty soon. I also have it so fruits don't disappear, so if you notice there's just a lot of fruit around. Usually they only allow you like 3 or 4. Yeah, unfortunately they just keep playing the same voice line. That should be good enough. Who's the dark one I want to make? Are you good enough to be my dark guy? Is this the one that was like gloriously mid, or is this the one that got fucked? No, this was the one that got fucked up, huh? Isn't it? Yeah, this is the one that got fucked up. You, unfortunately... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be nice to you. I'm gonna put you in class. You get to learn the tambourine. I like how there's timers in this game, actually. Shiny white. I don't have enough. They're expensive. They're too expensive. I can farm rings pretty easily, by the way. So who's the one I want to train up then? Green. Actually, I might want to do one of the normal ones. Maybe I'll do... no. Don't touch him. I do not want him to be hero alignment. Because the first time you grow a hero Chow and a dark Chow, you unlock the hero garden and the dark garden. Alright, what are you? You good enough? No, don't touch. I don't want this one. Like, stamina is one of the hardest things to train, or like level up. So it being E means it's really bad. Like if like stamina is the one thing you want to be rolling into the A's, so you don't have to worry about training it up, like leveling it, because it's kind of annoying to do so. This one's honestly fine. He's not the worst. We'll make him fly type. I need to grab a purple chaos drive now. It's the one with the face, right? Yeah, it's the one with the face. Or rather, the one that actually has a smile on him. Alright. Time to go grab a purple chaos drive.
Decide which stage to go to.
We'll just do this one, it's fast.
Intruder alert. Assume level 1 defense formation.
And I should grab a red one just in case I need it.
Decide which stage to go to.
And then we'll make him a Shadow fan. Wouldn't you want to be a Shadow fan if you were born into the world? Is this the one? No, it's the other one. Where you at, my friend? Where is he? What are you saying? Buddy, chill. One. I want everybody to be able to swim, but swimming... So, there are certain stat checks in this game that allows your babies to not be babies. The ability to walk is 50 points. The ability to swim is 100 points. And it's not by level, it's by legitimately points. I do like giving everybody the ability to do everything as a baby. Just so they don't fucking drown. What's also funny about this Child World mod that I have, they literally give you the option to allow your babies to drown. Like, right now they just can't swim, right? But apparently you can go hard mode, and if you don't take them out of the water, they fucking drown. And like a cat, they lose a life, and if you lose enough lives, they just fucking die. Like, literally die. And I'm like, who the fuck wants to do Child Guardian like that? That's not fun. That's stressful as hell. Need to give him a little more till he turns shadow colors. Alright, it should work. I'll give him some ability to walk, actually. He needs to be able to walk. Oh, I forgot, his run is one of his best stats, so this would only take me potentially 2 levels. I think it'll take 3, though. Or, Jesus Christ. I'm a little stupid, forgive me. Well, let's just swim too, actually. No. Grab what I want. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. God, I just realized I haven't played Child Guardian from the beginning in actual years. Good lord. I'm not saying it's bad, like it's slow or something. I just, oh my god, it's been a while. What happened? I heard like an exclamation point go off. Oh, he tripped. Motherfucker, no, learn how to walk. Okay. So now, my buddy can swim, because he has 100 points. Whee! Oh, he's struggling. He don't know how to swim. This poor guy. I should make him a hero child, though. But give him the ability to swim, I think, as well. Actually, no, I shouldn't use it with Shadow. Anyway, let's go farm some rings.
Decide which stage to go to.
You guys want to know how I farm rings? City Escape. Specifically the Lost Child mission, by the way, and I'll show you what I mean why after I beat the Lost Child mission. too high. Do it for A rank first, and then we'll do my ring farming method that I usually use. I don't know what the actual fastest way to farm rings in this game is, but I don't know. The way I do it seems pretty fast. Oh yeah. One way to find out. Oh, I hate light dashing with the magnetic shield on. It's basically impossible. No, hidden chow back here in the corner. Thank you. I was gonna say, please open up.
Yes!
2 minutes, 244 rings. Not that bad, actually. Emblem 46. Ah, my bag.
Decide which stage to go
Okay,
to.
now my ring farming method. I guess technically you just do the first mission, but I usually do the third. Excuse me. Too fast. God, I'm fucking zooming this one. I haven't hit any walls. Alright, now I'm in the ring farming mode, so I'm just gonna go pick up every single ring that I know exists. Give it a second for it all to spawn. A lot of sides get to hear the fucking banger that is City Escape for like 5 minutes or whatever long it takes me to do this. One thing to do. There's 4 rings down there, but it's not really worth turning back for them. There's also 4 rings down there, and I usually do turn back for those. Oh, it's like 7. Never mind. Now you might be wondering, why am I skipping the chow? You will see in, I don't know, 45 seconds, give or take. We're getting fucking run over by a truck. I love that Sonic Generations, when they did City Escape, they kept the truck portion, and like just made it even more fucking absurd than even this is. Where like it gains like jet boosters to chase you on like the wall and shit. It's fucking crazy. Anyway, the reason why I chose the Chow mission is if you don't find the Chow, get to the end of the stage, takes you back to the beginning. So I just do 2 loops like this, and I get about like 600 rings or so. But I actually don't know like the best way to ring farm in this game. It's just the way that I usually do it. I think the fastest way is probably legitimately just doing 1 round of City Escape. Like mission 1. Because if you do it right, 1 round of City Escape gives you like 420 rings, give or take. Actually, yeah, that might be right. Doing stage 1 of City Escape might legitimately be the fastest. So this is gonna get me like 200 extra, but it's gonna cost me like an extra 2 minutes of time. I thought there was random gravity there because I was in the air and I just shot down to hit that the booster. I don't know what they're called. That's right. That doesn't actually work the way I want it to. No. Okay. Hey. Oh, my back. Holy fuck.
Barely made it.
Oh no, I got an E. Unfortunate.
Decide which stage
Okay. What's it gonna do now? Buy that shiny white. Please still be there. It's gone. What is that? Oh, I think I know what that is actually. Man, I lost my shiny white. Anyway, get more emblems.
Stage to go to.
Let's do Death Chamber. I don't know why. I don't like leaving 4th, 5th missions just completely missing. Between the legs. Ooh. Between my legs is a sticky from Pecunia, so... I don't know. I don't know there's gonna be a key in there. It's gotta be here, I think, right? Between those legs. Right? Am I wrong? Oh, shit. Green? I think green is Scorpion, right? Which has legs. Am I wrong? I guess I'm wrong. Pale long legs? What the fuck? White? Anyway, I'll just restart. Above the small flame. Where the this could be literally anywhere, by the way. They're giving me hints that I legitimately have not heard in a while. Just double check here, because there's a lot of flames in this room. Small flame. Let's just go to another room. It's probably blue is my assumption, but I'm just gonna double check. Donut Lord, yo, is that actually James Marsden? Yo, what's up? Big fan. What's up, James Marsden? What the fuck are you doing here? I'm assuming you're a fan of Sonic. The fuck? Oh, it's up here. What the fuck? Ah, fuck. It's over here. It's not? What the fuck? I actually do not know where this hint is at. Cube shaped small room. Over here? Oh, it is there. Anyway, gotta start over. They're giving me hints I legitimately do not know. This one has to be blue, by the way, for Bat's Nest. If you're wondering how I know blue is Bat's Nest, there's only one spot in the... You fucking serious? Ooh, green. There was supposed to be only one spot that has a bat's nest. It was the blue spot, but I'm wrong. I actually did not know it was this one. I thought it was a different angry guy. I missed. I'm a little stupid. I missed. Thought it was this guy. Peekaboo Eggman. Where the fuck would that be? Yeah, I thought it was here. In the ground. Wow, thanks for telling me. Where is this one? Oh my god. I know there's like a spreadsheet that you can use for this game. I don't want to do that. It's not here, really? Is it green? Is it back to red? Okay, it's here. Oh, I see why that's called Peekaboo Eggman. On the square cliff. Oh, that's the bat's nest right here. Square cliff? What the fuck? Back to red? Front of the hourglass. Back to red? No? What the fuck? I'm getting just fucked by these hints. No, it's over here. What the fuck is a square cliff? This is a square cliff? Oh, I see it.
I found him.
Does this count? I don't think it does. Legitimately. Maybe. Actually, maybe. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Blah.
Decide which
Okay,
stage
we'll leave
to
that
go to.
as is. We'll go to Wild Canyon. I should do some shadow stages too. Oh. Thanks for the yellow. I was like, if it's yellow right away, I'm not even gonna bother looking for the hint. Same spot? No, not the same spot. Is it the enemies? Yeah, I think it's this guy up here. Red and green stripes. Where? Here? Oh, okay, I think I see it. Right here.
I found him.
Yeah, I found him.
Yeah, this is
I kind of want to do the 5th mission. Is it okay if I do the 5th mission? Because this one's so easy.
Decide
Nah.
which stage to go to.
Nah. Nah. I will leave them for the end like I planned. I missed out a lot of rings there. What the fuck? Oh god, shadow please. Speed! I'm supposed to be done with this stage at this exact juncture, by the way. I just missed too many rings. Because usually I finish it in that at that exact 20 ring at the bottom down there. You know what? I want to add an email. Give me a second. 7TV, 7TV, 7TV.
Decide which stage to go to.
I'll have to look for it later. I can't find it. Yippee! I love that emote. I love my yippee emote so much. It's so scrungly, I think that's why I love it. Where's the Chow in this stage again? Oh my god, I forgot the Chow in this stage. It kind of sucks. Like most Shadow stages... Actually, most Shadow stages, the Chow kind of suck. I just realized. Oh my god, I think Final Chase is the only one where it doesn't really suck. White Jungle, it sucks. Here it sucks. Skyrail... Ah, Skyrail's actually pretty easy. The reason why Skyrail, not sorry, this Radical Highway sucks, because I actually don't know if I know how to do it. What's the word? Intended? Hi, Big. Bye, Big. Oh wait, I think I know how they're intending me to do it now that I think about it. Let me see if this is right. It's not right. I'd rather die than do anything, honestly. Death is actually faster. Just to honestly, because the third missions are purely based on time, so dying literally resets you back to your old checkpoint, keeps your time low, that is. It is not what I thought it was. How did that miss? Like, actually, how did that one miss? So you're supposed to grind up that rail, and I don't really know the intended way of doing this. It's all kind of janky. I'll be honest, I don't even know if you can grind up this particular rail. I think it's the one in front of it that you can. Oh no, you can. Oh, that's how... Oh, I didn't even see that. I never knew about that spring, I'm not gonna lie. That's actually a lot easier. You just tap it and you're good. Wow, okay.
Here we go.
There's your intended way. I never knew that. Literally, I learned that today.
Ultimate victory.
50 rings. Or emblems. Only an hour after 40.
Decide which stage to go to.
Okay, what next? Fuck it, we're doing Wild Canyon. You guys wanted to know why I said this was easy? Just watch. Which one is it? This one. there's the last one. Or sorry, that's the second one, I think. This one kind of sucks because if you bonk on the roof, you just can't grab it. Thunderbird! Hi! And last one. Right here. You want to know how you know which way to go? Sunglasses. I just wanted to show that off because people don't know that the sunglasses tell you which path is the right one. Thanks for the raid on the bird. But yeah, this one's easy. Like legitimately, it's one of the easiest things ever.
This is perfect.
If you know where to go, don't even need anything.
Decide which stage to go to.
Blah. Anyway, what are you doing, Thunderbird? What were you up to? I forget where the chow is. That's the Mystic Melody. I think the chow's all the way up top. Can't see. It's here. This work? It does. We're good. Oh yeah, we're good. Blue archive, then Gynacar takes Jeep. Interesting. That's cool.
How is that? Perfect? Like me?
Alright. I think tonight I'm gonna stop at... What time is it? 6 hours of gameplay time just so I know what to start at on my next stream. Second floor of the Stoneface Apartments. It's over here. Kind of funny how they have like names like Stoneface Apartment. It's like, how do you know that's what it's called? Don't you just assume? It should be this one. It's the only one, or one of the only ones on the second floor. On the head. Which head? I mean, literally the answer is which head. It's 1, 2, or 3. I think all 3 of them are technically options. Grab it. Plants in the shade. Is it the same spot before? Yeah, it should be. Oops, I went the wrong way. It's over here in the corner.
It's gotta be close. I got it!
No, I didn't get 10k on the points bonus. Sorry, time bonus.
How is that? Perfect? Like me?
And I'll show you guys how easy Rouge's Dry Lagoon hard mode is as well. It's just as easy as Wild Canyon, by the way.
Stage to go to.
These might be the only hard modes I do, though. Try to save the other ones for like a gauntlet.
It's gotta be close. 2 more. It's gotta be close.
I missed. The reason why this particular one is hard is it's directly under an air current.
Only 1 more left.
So you have to specifically do the drill dive. And the last one is something that requires the treasure scope. Because you can't grab it without this spring.
Close. I got it!
Those are the easiest ones in the game, which makes sense because they're technically their first stages.
How is that? Perfect? Like me?
I think at the pace we're going, we might finish this game at like 12 to 14 hours of gameplay.
Decide which stage
Anyway, do some Sonic stages. That was fast. Those 2 missions, if you know where you're going, like those 2 stages are you do those in under a minute guaranteed. Like, obviously, if you know where you're going, all the stages are quick, but like those two in particular, like they are so many of the, like, you know, two of the emblem or emerald shards are right next to each other. So you can just like get them right away. The rest of them are not going to be that short. I think Security Hall is the next shortest. I think, right? Yeah, maybe Pumpkin Hill. It's either Pumpkin Hill or Security Hall are the next shortest, which makes sense because they're the next ones chronologically in their like stage tree, if you think of it that way, right? Death Chambers, surprisingly not that long. Headquarters is long just because it's kind of tediously long. Like, it's not long because it's hard, it's literally long because you have to do certain things in a very specific order, and if you fuck up, you're on enemy cycles basically, you're not on your cycles. Oh, ad break.
Decide which stage to go to.
Again, we're gonna rapid fire emblems now that the story is actually over. The only time we will not be rapid firing emblems is when we get to the mini games. So racing and kart racing, chow racing, karate, and boss rush. Only time we will not be getting extremely quick emblems. Well, besides doing like, oh, beat the stage quickly because I just have to beat the stage. So the average time for the stage is just going to be, you know, a couple minutes long on average besides treasure hunter stuff. And stage over. God, man, the speed missions are so fast to get 100 rings. Most of the time it's under a minute. Unless it's like Final Chase or Final Rush or even Crazy Gadget, just because there's not as many areas with just like lines of rings until, like, you know, the second half of the stage roughly.
Decide which stage to go to.
Also, I'm doing this bunch of 100 ring missions because it just gives me free rings to use on more chow eggs. Welcome back from the ads, by the way. You guys missed me doing White Jungle if you guys were stuck in the ads. So you can do this stage one of two ways. The answer is you can keep going forward, or there's a ring in there, isn't it? I died. There's usually a ring there. No, I think it's one step forward. I fucked up. Anyway, I should do it the way I do it. There's like one single ring that you could get that just makes it like 2 seconds, 3 seconds faster. But it's really not that. It's not that bad. I thought there was one up there, but it might not be. No, it should be up there, right? Can't be up here. Yeah, I think it is. The one that I tried to... Oh no, it's right here. Yeah, there's just a ring there. But if you just go forward like 10 feet, you just get the last 10 rings really easily. Easy map, yeah. Again, most of the time, right? If you know what you're doing, it's quick. We do Pumpkin Hill. I forget how easy 100 rings is on Pumpkin Hill. Oosh. Pumpkin Hill is actually kind of annoying to get 100 rings on, just because there's a lot of random bullshit that you have to deal with. Oh my god, I was got hit by the train and lost all my rings. Oh, there's more balloons and orbs that I'm just missing. I forget where they are. Also, you can't really die in this stage because of that. You can only die by getting hit. Yeah, there's rings here too. You know what else is here? Skeleton dog. You know what the skeleton dog does? It helps remove animal parts. It helps you remove animal parts, and I believe it gives them a flame instead of the little ball that they have. Rin, we love you? You guys really love me? Nah, your guys are lying. I don't even know if this is fast enough, but we'll see.
I found him.
Oh yeah, we're good.
Yeah, this is perfect.
What's funny about Pumpkin Hill, if I'm lying, I'm dying. That's a Family Guy episode name, by the way. What I was gonna say was the hidden chow, lost chow on Pumpkin Hill is one of the only chows you don't need, you technically don't need the Mystic Melody for. I forget if it's frame perfect or not, but there's a jump you could do to get to the platform that the Mystic Melody leads you to. Don't feel dragging legs around my neck yet. Keyword yet. But yeah, you could just do a frame perfect jump to just barely hit the bottom of this platform and climb your way up. The fuck? Oh god, those are seams.
I found him.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Don't forget, there's an emote about thighs around people's necks for a reason. Like, goddamn. One more for 60.
Decide which stage to go to.
Let's go Skyrail. Meh. I think this is the end of the stage. I think this is a 20 pack. It's not. I thought it was. That one is, but I missed it. Actually, Ancient Knights can help me here, I think.
There's no time to play games. Here we go.
That's the one time I've ever used Ancient Life for kind of what it's meant to do.
Ultimate victory.
And we're at 60. By the way, from 40 to 50, 1 hour 3 minutes. From 50 to 60, 15 minutes.
Which stage to go to?
That being said, I need to get water or swim power for my little hero baby because I want to make one. I want to make a couple of them able to swim.
Decide which stage to go to. This one. I also want to make my blue one able to swim as well. He's flying! I forgot they can fly.
like legitimately, because they don't usually. I think this is a extended Chow Garden only thing, where they can actually fly. Because most of the time they don't really fly. They can, but they don't. But with like increased behaviors that I have for the mod, they're able to do it. So he can swim now, but I want to give him a little bit more points. That should be good, I think. And now we just do the don't worry, buddy. I forgot I should have chosen like Knuckles or something, because Knuckles goes now there in his ASMR as voice. Fucking E-boy as voice. Ah! Oh my god, I almost fucking killed him. I accidentally pressed A then B to do the bounce. By the way, if I bounced on him, I literally would hit him and made him cry. A little more, maybe till he gets a little one shader wider. That should be good. He needs to be able to swim as well, so get your butt over here. Oh, that's probably him. That's him crawling. It's being a baby. Please stop drowning yourself over there, dude. Like, actually, please stop trying to drown yourself. Here, let me get you the ability to swim so you don't fucking drown yourself again. God, it's like actually dealing with a child. Like, please don't kill yourself. Also, if anybody wants to take names for any of these child, let me know. Is that enough? No. Having a bad time? No, I'm fine. I legitimately, I love Chow Garden. There we go. He can swim. We're good. I used to raising kids. I hate kids. I legitimately hate kids. I'm okay with like when they grow up. Milk's just for show. Shut up. Any shiny? No shiny. Oh yeah, by the way, this bright fruit, if there's a texture break in this mod that bright fruit actually fixes. Prove me wrong. I think technically I can't. Are you done, buddy? You're done. Hold on. Hang on. I want all the child to learn how to draw. Hang on. Get your butts over here. We're all going to class. Field trip. What do you mean by exactly? I'm confused. Get your permission slips ready, guys. You guys want to learn how to draw? Also, I think they can't technically draw without the crayons from one of the child races. I forget which one. Like, even if they know how to draw, without crayons, they can't draw. Just means I can't be proven wrong. I mean, I can tell you you're wrong. I can ban you. That'll prove you wrong. Who last? You. Come learn how to draw.
Don't worry, buddy.
Would I? Yeah, just for a joke. I'd do it. Cool. One more minute until things reset. Alright, chat, we're sitting here for a minute. Is anybody watching the World Cup? Does anybody care about soccer? Like, I don't care about it, but I like watching the World Cup. Bum, 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 bum. Think it's been about a minute. Nope, 20 seconds. I'm curious, do they reset in real time or do I have to like leave once the timer ends? Let's find out. Only watch if someone else is like a pizza party, that's fair. It does work, oh my god. But it's eggs I already have. Cosmetic wings, those look cool. Box of parts, I don't know what that is. Anybody done yet? I like the timers, like that makes things really nice, like legitimately. Who did I leave over here? I have 5 babies, right? Who did I leave? Oh yeah, the gray one, the one, oh, the green one. You. I think I'm struggling how to swim. Yeah, I don't really like watching soccer. I'll watch it, but it's not my favorite sport. I enjoy watching hockey. That's like my main thing. He's having fun. Look at him. I wish I knew how to swim. I don't know how to swim. You guys would have to train me. You guys would have to protect me if it was ever near water. Should sell these things actually. They're usually worth pretty good money. The I think the eggshells are worth I think a half of what the regular egg is worth. Is it half? Might be a little less. Cat ears, ooh. They still work? I'm telling you, everything still works. Literally every single one of my toggles still works. The only thing that doesn't is the outfit one, first of all, because I want to stay in this outfit for a bit. Just enjoy it. Second of all, because I'm gonna have to make it like my hair where you guys decide which one you want rather than it just being a swap. Just because this outfit doesn't work well with the other outfit. So like if you went to swap from this one to my casual like crop top outfit, it wouldn't look as good. Like it wouldn't work that well. Look at all these drawings. I've never actually looked at these drawings. What the fuck is that one? Look at him. Who the fuck is that in the corner? Look at that Chow. It's fucking creepy as hell. What the fuck? And this one has, it's like, I like how Tails is just drawn like an actual fox. And that one, cooking show. That one's flying. That one's the king of the castle. I think that's the doctor, not the principal. That one's playing like a flute or something. That's that's the ouchies. And then the nice little boat. And then the fortune teller's reading them a book. That's cute. Never really looked at these, legitimately. 4 minutes. And then over here, how long? New items? 2 minutes. Honestly, I'm kind of just wasting time until the stream ends. So like, feel free to guys ask me anything. I don't know. Say whatever you want. getting tired. Like, not from the game. I'm just getting a little sleepy. I woke up early for some reason today. I should be sleeping in. It's my vacation, you know? I'm opening my TCG Pocket Pack while I'm waiting. The only thing I'm missing right now is Iron Leaves from the newest set. I barely even play the game. I just try to collect all the cards off like what I get for free. And I'm pretty close. 50 seconds. 50 seconds. Mm. Ow. Oh, my back. I did not count 50 seconds, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh my god. The timer's slower than actual real time, I just realized. Sonic! Do your thing! Speed up time like Superman. Wait, did I enter the shop too early? No! Oh my god, the cheese bow tie. That's cute. Suspicious bottle. I'm assuming this kills your child, like legitimately. Okay. Anybody done? Nobody. We'll do another mission before we finish up tonight.
Decide which stage to go to.
We shall do... Oh yeah, I need to redo Cannon's Core. I'm not gonna do that right now. We'll do Final Chase. That'll be it for now. Just because I fucking love Final Chase's music. So apparently people don't really like this song, but I love this song. Oh god. Like, the song honestly fits the fact that you're in space. At least to me it does anyway. Go, go, go. And we're done.
Here we go.
It's so easy to do it in Sonic and Shadow stages.
Ultimate victory.
Also, I need more emblems because I think rarer eggs appear with higher emblem counts. Okay.
Decide which stage to go to.
Well, we'll finish up here. Yeah. We'll say I'm done at exactly 6 hours, even though the timer's not exactly at that. I forgot to turn. I need to turn the game off. Bye game. Bye bye. Stop the timer. We'll call it 6 hours, even though it's not really that. Hang on. Jason! Hi, Jason! How you doing? You just got here at the end. Hi. I'm gonna bring my butt back over here. I gotta turn my music on too. Hang on. Well, song just ended. Anyway, I will be done for now. It is in the East and Central time zones officially my birthday, but not for me in the West Coast. Haha, you guys get to wait. There is a 99% chance I am not streaming tomorrow. I have plans with my family, I have plans with my friends to spend some time offline and just relax. So I will probably more than likely be back Thursday for a stream. More Sonic as well, which is very good chance. Like it's retro night Thursday, sure, but like at the same time, this game is, you know, 25 years old, so it falls into the category of retro, so it's gonna stick around. So I will catch you guys on Thursday. I will not be here tomorrow. It's my birthday. I'm gonna enjoy it. If I go live, I'll let you guys know early on if that happens. But again, my plans are very likely not gonna fail and like fall behind and stuff. So thank you guys again for being here. We'll catch you guys. As you're seeing my birthday, thank you guys. I'll catch you guys on Discord tomorrow, okay? And besides that, I'll catch you guys Thursday live here again. All right, have a good night. Bye.